Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The Weight of Morning. Every morning, as the pale dawn light filtered softly through the curtained window, I followed the same routine. The kitchen carried a gentle chill, edged with the scent of brewing coffee and the rustling whisper of pages as I'd leaf through the morning paper. It was this quiet dance that set the rhythm for my day. I would place my favorite ceramic mug, smooth and cool in my hand, on the table's left corner before filling it to the brim with the steaming dark brew. The faint clink as it met the wood was my cue to settle into the familiar creak of the chair. But today, as I turned away to retrieve the pot from the counter, a barely audible scrape reached my ears. When I glanced back, the mug sat half an inch to the right. I frowned, the air holding a stillness that felt out of place, and slowly my fingers traced the mug's new position, as if it resisted by unseen hands. Fingers that touched the ceramic felt different somehow. Thicker. The ridges of my fingertips seemed to catch against the surface in ways they hadn't before, as if my skin had grown rougher overnight. I flexed my hand, watching the knuckles move with a peculiar fascination, the way one might observe a mechanical contraption rather than their own flesh. The wedding band on my finger felt loose, though I couldn't remember being married. The metal shifted with each movement, clicking softly against the mug's handle. I lifted the coffee to my lips and paused. The reflection in the dark liquid showed nothing but shadow and light. But something about the angle of the jaw, the slope of the forehead, seemed foreign. I set the mug down carefully, noting how my grip had changed, how my thumb curved differently around the handle. The coffee tasted the same, yet my tongue registered flavors it shouldn't recognize, hints of cardamom, vanilla, spices I never used. The kitchen around me breathed with subtle movement. The overhead light dimmed as my unease grew, casting longer shadows across the linoleum floor. The refrigerator's hum deepened, becoming almost melodic, while the wallpaper seemed to shift its pattern when I wasn't looking directly at it. Roses became thorns, then roses again. I blinked slowly, feeling my eyelids drag against my eyes, as if weighted with sleep I hadn't had. My heartbeat grew louder in my ears, a wet, rhythmic pounding that seemed to echo from the walls themselves. Each pulse sent vibrations through my chest, and I could feel the blood moving through my veins like warm honey. When I swallowed, the sound was amplified, resonated in my skull. My breathing had changed to deeper, more deliberate, as if I had to remember how to do it properly. I reached for the newspaper, and my hand hesitated midair. The headlines spoke of events I remembered witnessing, yet I had never left this house. A fire at a library I had never visited, yet I could smell the smoke, feel the heat against my cheeks. A missing person whose face I recognized, though I had never seen their photograph before. The words on the page shifted slightly, rearranging themselves into different meanings as I read. Standing felt like moving through thick air. My legs carried me with unfamiliar weight, each step landing differently than expected. The floorboards creaked in new places, responding to a distribution of mass that didn't match my memory of my own body. I walked to the sink and turned on the faucet, watching the water spiral down the drain in patterns that seemed too perfect, too deliberate. The sound of my footsteps had changed. Where once they had been light, quick taps, now they were measured heavier, with a slight drag of the left foot that I didn't remember having. The house responded to this new rhythm, settling around me with different groans and sighs. The walls seemed closer somehow, as if the room had contracted overnight, or perhaps I had expanded. I found myself humming a melody I didn't recognize, my voice carrying notes that felt too low, too resonant for my throat. The tune was complex, haunting, something that belonged to a different life entirely. Yet my lips moved with practiced ease, as if I had hummed this song countless times before. The sound filled the kitchen, bouncing off surfaces that seemed to absorb and amplify it simultaneously. My hands moved to my throat, feeling the vibrations of my voice against my palm. The skin was softer than I remembered, but the structure underneath felt different, broader, more angular. I pressed gently, feeling the cartilage shift under my touch, and the humming stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the electrical buzz of appliances and the subtle creaking of the house settling into new positions. The morning light had changed quality, becoming thicker, more viscous as it passed through the window. Dust motes danced in patterns that defied air currents, swirling in perfect spirals that drew my eye and held it. I watched them for what felt like hours, mesmerized by their impossible choreography, until I realized the sun hadn't moved at all. The shadows on the floor remained exactly where they had been when I first noticed the mug's displacement. I returned to the table, but the chair felt wrong, too small, or perhaps shaped for a different body entirely. I adjusted my position several times, but comfort eluded me. The newspaper lay open to a page I didn't remember turning to, showing photographs of places I had never been, but somehow knew intimately. A narrow alleyway where I had once hidden from rain that had never fallen. A bench where I had sat and watched children play, though I had no children and had never been to that park. My coffee had grown cold, but when I took another sip, it was still warm. The liquid moved strangely in the cup, forming small whirlpools without any external disturbance. I set it down and watched the surface settle, noting how my reflection seemed to lag behind my movements, catching up only after I had stopped moving entirely. The telephone rang, though I hadn't heard it ring. I found myself already reaching for it, my hand knowing the motion before my mind processed the sound. The voice on the other end was familiar yet strange, speaking words I understood but couldn't quite grasp. They were looking for someone, asking questions about places and times that felt real but couldn't be. I heard myself responding with information I didn't possess, using a voice that grew more foreign with each word. After hanging up, I stood in the kitchen's center, feeling the space rearrange itself around me. The counters seemed higher, the ceiling lower. The refrigerator had moved closer to the stove, though I hadn't seen it happen. The clock on the wall showed the same position it had all morning, its hands frozen in perpetual present, while everything else shifted and breathed around me. I walked through the house, noting how my footsteps echoed differently in each room. In the living room, they were muffled by carpet that felt thicker under my feet. In the hallway, they rang out against hardwood that I remembered being covered. Each surface responded to my presence with unfamiliar resonance, as if the house itself was learning to accommodate a new inhabitant. The bathroom mirror was clouded with steam, though no one had showered. I wiped it clear with my palm, leaving streaks that reformed into patterns resembling faces I almost recognized. My hand looked strange against the glass broader, with longer fingers and different lines across the palm. I traced these new creases, following paths that seemed to spell out words in a language I couldn't read, but somehow understood. When I finally looked up, prepared to see my own face, what I found there made my breath catch in my throat. The features were wrong, all wrong, arranged in ways that shouldn't be possible, yet somehow were. The eyes held depths I had never seen before, reflecting light that came from no visible source. The mouth moved when I didn't intend it to, forming shapes that suggested words I wasn't thinking. I stumbled backward, my hand flying to my face, feeling contours that matched what I had seen but shouldn't exist. The skin was mine, but not mine, warm and real, but belonging to someone else entirely. I touched my cheeks, my forehead, my chin, mapping a geography that was both foreign and intimately familiar. From that moment, everything changed. My hands moved through the air as if pushing through water, each gesture deliberate and weighted. My voice, when I spoke, carried harmonics I had never heard before, resonating in frequencies that made the windows hum in response. My breathing had become a conscious act, each inhalation drawing in air that tasted of memories not my own. Every morning, as the pale dawn light filters softly through the curtained window, I follow the same routine. The kitchen carries a gentle chill, edged with the scent of brewing coffee and the rustling whisper of pages as I leaf through the morning paper. It is this quiet dance that sets the rhythm for the day. I place the favorite ceramic mug, smooth and cool in this hand, on the table's left corner before filling it to the brim with the steaming dark brew. The faint clink as it meets the wood is the cue to settle into the familiar creak of the chair. But today, as I turn away to retrieve the pot from the counter, a barely audible scrape reaches these ears. When I glance back, the mug sits half an inch to the right. I frown, the air holding a stillness that feels perfectly in place. And slowly, these fingers trace the mug's new position, as if guided by seen hands. Story 2. Every morning began the same way. A gentle routine meant to ease the day into motion. The kettle hissed softly as it surrendered its steam. The aroma of freshly ground coffee wafted through the air, rich and inviting. The delicate clink of a metal spoon stirring sugar into the cup was a familiar lullaby that never failed to soothe. Finally, there was the ritual of closing the jar, the lid turning with a satisfying click that sealed the flavor in until the following dawn. Today, like every other day, I reached for the lid, ready to secure the jar. But my fingers paused, hovering above it. Despite the practiced grip, the lid refused to twist shut. It spun loosely, ignoring the grooves it had always followed. A chill seeped into the air, carried by an unseen current. The kitchen, once a sanctuary of predictable patterns, now felt paused, as if holding its breath. I examined the lid more closely, running my thumb along its edges. The metal felt colder than it should, almost burning against my skin. The threading appeared intact, yet when I attempted to secure it again, the same loose spinning occurred. I set the jar down on the counter, the soft thud echoing strangely in the stillness. The coffee grew cold in my cup as I studied this small rebellion against order. Perhaps the jar had warped somehow, or the lid had been damaged. Reasonable explanations floated through my mind, each one settling temporarily before dissolving into doubt. I tried once more, pressing down firmly while turning. The lid caught for a moment, creating hope, then resumed its aimless rotation. Something shifted in the corner of my vision. The kitchen window, which faced the narrow alley behind the building, reflected my movements in its glass. But the reflection seemed delayed, a fraction behind my actual motions. I raised my hand to test this perception, and the mirrored gesture followed a heartbeat later. The disconnect was subtle enough to question, obvious enough to disturb. I moved closer to the window, pressing my palm against the cool surface. The glass vibrated faintly, as if something moved behind it, though the alley remained empty. My reflection stared back with eyes that seemed too dark, features that appeared slightly unfamiliar. I blinked hard, and when I looked again, everything appeared normal. The jar still sat open on the counter, its contents exposed to air that felt increasingly heavy. I decided to document this oddity, retrieving my phone to record the lid's strange behavior. As I held the device up, preparing to capture the malfunction, the screen flickered. Static lines danced across the display, and beneath the electronic interference, I could swear I heard something. A whisper, perhaps, or the ghost of a voice trying to form words. I stopped the recording and played it back. The audio was clear, except for a low hum that seemed to pulse with irregular rhythm. No whispers, no voices, just that steady drone that hadn't been audible during the actual recording. I played it again, turning the volume higher. The hum grew more pronounced, almost hypnotic in its persistence. My attention returned to the jar. The coffee grounds inside had settled in an unusual pattern, forming what almost resembled symbols or letters. I shook the container gently, watching the grounds redistribute, but they seemed drawn back to the same configuration. The shapes meant nothing to me, yet they felt significant, like a message written in a language I should understand, but couldn't quite grasp. The The apartment around me began to feel different. Walls that had always provided comfort now seemed to lean inward slightly. The familiar became foreign, as if I were seeing my own space through someone else's eyes. I walked through each room, noting details that appeared subtly wrong. Picture frames hung at angles that seemed correct but felt off. Furniture cast shadows that didn't align with the light sources. The floorboards creaked in places where they had never made sound before. I returned to the kitchen, drawn back to the open jar like a moth to flame. The lid lay beside it, innocent in its stillness. When I picked it up again, the metal was warm now, as if it had been sitting in sunlight. I attempted to close the jar once more, and this time the lid caught. It turned smoothly, clicking into place with the satisfying sound I knew so well. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by confusion. I unscrewed the lid and tried again. It worked perfectly, as if nothing had ever been wrong. The threading aligned, the seal was tight, the familiar ritual restored. Yet, the memory of its refusal remained vivid, undeniable. I spent the remainder of the morning testing various objects throughout the apartment. Doors that had always opened smoothly now required extra force. Light switches responded with slight delays. The bathroom faucet dripped with an irregular rhythm that almost sounded like Morse code. Each anomaly was small enough to dismiss individually, but together they formed a pattern of wrongness that I couldn't ignore. By afternoon, I had filled several pages with notes, documenting each irregularity with scientific precision. The act of recording these events made them feel more real, more urgent. I photographed the coffee grounds before they finally scattered naturally. I measured the angles of picture frames and found them perfectly level, despite their appearance. I recorded the faucets dripping and discovered it followed no recognizable pattern. The whispers returned that evening, emanating from electronic devices throughout the apartment. The television murmured when turned off. The refrigerator's hum carried undertones of conversation. My laptop fan seemed to exhale words just below the threshold of comprehension. I moved from device to device, pressing my ear against each one, straining to understand what they might be trying to communicate. Sleep became elusive. I lay in bed, hyper-aware of every sound, every shift in the apartment's atmosphere. The walls continued their subtle vibration, creating a sensation like being inside a living thing. feel its pulse through the mattress, up through the floor, a rhythm that didn't match my own heartbeat. The jar had become the center of my obsession. Each morning, I approached it with a mixture of dread and anticipation. Some days it closed normally. Others, it resisted with that same loose spinning that had started everything. I began to track these occurrences, looking for patterns, connections to weather or mood, or any external factor that might explain the inconsistency. My reflection in the kitchen window grew increasingly unreliable. Sometimes it moved normally. Other times it lagged behind my actions, or more disturbing still, seemed to move independently. I caught it gesturing when my hands were still, turning its head when I looked straight ahead. The differences were subtle, but unmistakable, like living with a doppelganger that couldn't quite match my timing. Friends began to comment on my appearance during our rare conversations. I looked tired, they said, distracted. When I tried to explain what was happening, their expressions shifted to concern mixed with skepticism. How could I make them understand that reality had become unreliable without sounding unhinged? The evidence was all around me, but it was evidence that cameras couldn't capture consistently and witnesses couldn't perceive. The breaking point came during what should have been an ordinary evening. I sat at my kitchen table, reviewing my notes, when the jar began to vibrate on its own. Not the gentle tremor I had grown accustomed to, but a violent shaking that sent ripples through the coffee inside. The lid, which I had successfully closed that morning, began to unscrew itself. I watched in fascination and horror as it turned slowly, each revolution deliberate and purposeful. The metal threads caught the overhead light, creating tiny flashes as they separated. When the lid finally came free, it didn't fall. It hovered above the jar's opening, suspended by forces I couldn't see or understand. The coffee grounds inside began to move, swirling upward in a spiral that defied gravity. They formed shapes in the air, letters that spelled words I recognized but couldn't process. The whispers from my electronics grew louder, more insistent, until they resolved into a single repeated phrase that chilled me to my core. "We've been waiting." I stumbled backward, knocking over my chair. The floating lid clattered to the floor, and the coffee grounds scattered across the kitchen like dark snow. The whispers faded to their usual subliminal murmur. Everything returned to normal, except for the evidence scattered across my floor, and the knowledge that normal no longer existed. I packed hastily, throwing essentials into a bag with trembling hands. The apartment felt alive around me, walls pulsing with that organic rhythm, surfaces warm to the touch despite the cool air. As I reached for the door handle, my reflection in the hallway mirror raised its hand in farewell while I stood motionless. The hotel room I rented felt safe initially, a neutral space unmarked by whatever had claimed my apartment. But safety proved temporary. The coffee maker's lid wouldn't close properly. The bathroom mirror showed slight delays in my movements. The whispers found me through the television, the air conditioning unit, the digital alarm clock, whose numbers sometimes displayed symbols instead of digits. I realized with growing dread that the phenomenon hadn't been contained to my apartment. It had attached itself to me, or perhaps I had always been its intended target. The jar had been merely the beginning, a gentle introduction to a reality where the familiar could no longer be trusted. Now I sit in another temporary space, documenting experiences that grow more bizarre with each passing day. The lid of my travel coffee cup spins freely when it chooses. My reflection has begun to act independently more often, sometimes appearing to mouth words I cannot hear. The whispers follow me everywhere, growing more coherent, more insistent. They speak of doors that are opening, of boundaries growing thin, of a patience that has finally been rewarded. I understand now that my morning routine had been more than habit. It had been a ritual, a daily reinforcement of the barrier between what is and what waits to be. The failing lid had been the first crack in that barrier, and my obsessive documentation had somehow widened it. I no longer try to escape. The phenomenon has made it clear that distance is irrelevant, that whatever wants my attention will have it regardless of location. Instead, I wait and watch and record, knowing that I have become both observer and participant in something far larger than my small, disrupted routine. The jar sits on the table before me, its lid spinning endlessly, never quite closing, never quite opening completely. My reflection in the window has begun to smile when I do not. And in the growing chorus of whispers that surround me, I can almost make out instructions for what comes next. Story 3. Hash the chiming hour. Every afternoon, without fail, the clock in the hallway would chime exactly 6 times, though inexplicably. It would be 3 o'clock. It started as a curious inconsistency, the kind that prompted a second glance, but little more. However, its persistence was an itch in my subconscious, growing inevitably conspicuous. The air thickened slightly as the first chime resonated, a sound that invariably coaxed a shiver from my skin. I would watch the minute hand pause, then move forward with reluctance, as if nudged by some unseen force. The room would carry the same stale scent of lavender, drifting from the old vase on the table, its petals eternally vibrant. Each day, the sun filtered through the window in the same golden slant, casting shadows that danced but never altered. I tried moving the clock, covering my ears, even glancing away, yet nothing disturbed the ritual. Each chime marked the passage of time, not just in hours, but in the slow unraveling of my own tether to certainty. I remember the first memory that wasn't mine. A room with yellow wallpaper, peeling at the corners like old skin. My hands were smaller then, or perhaps the doorknob was larger. The brass felt cold against my palm, but when I turned it, warmth spread up my arm like honey through my veins. Was I 5? Was I 50? The memory floats without anchor, drifting through my consciousness like smoke through water. The radio speaks to me when it's unplugged. Not words exactly, but something deeper than language. A whisper that comes from inside the plastic casing, from the dark spaces between the circuits. I lean closer, pressing my ear against the speaker grill, and hear my own breathing echoed back, but with a slight delay that makes my skin crawl. The sound is too intimate, too knowing. I write these thoughts on paper that feels too smooth, too eager to accept the ink. The pen moves across the surface with a satisfaction that disturbs me. Each letter forms itself with precision I don't remember possessing. My handwriting has always been messy, hurried, but these words flow like calligraphy, like someone else is guiding my fingers. The floorboards beneath my feet pulse with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. Or perhaps my heartbeat has adjusted to match the floor. The wood grain swirls in patterns that seem to shift when I'm not looking directly down. I walk from room to room, feeling the house breathe beneath me, its wooden lungs expanding and contracting with each step I take. There's a note on the kitchen table. It reads, "You forgot to water the plants." But I don't have any plants. I look around the kitchen, searching for green leaves, for soil, for for anything that might need watering. Nothing. When I look back at the note, it says, "The plants forgot to water you." The handwriting is mine, but I don't remember writing either version. The walls listen. I know this because they echo back thoughts I haven't spoken aloud. I think about the taste of copper pennies, and somewhere behind the drywall, I hear a metallic scraping. I imagine the color blue, and the paint seems to shimmer with a deeper hue. The house has learned my thoughts, cataloged them, and now it responds with a familiarity that makes my stomach turn. I find myself in the bathroom, staring at my reflection. The mirror shows me my face, but the expression doesn't match what I'm feeling inside. My mouth is smiling while my mind churns with unease. I touch my lips to confirm they're curved upward, and they are. The reflection touches its lips too, but a fraction of a second after I do. We're out of sync, my reflection and I, dancers to different rhythms. The smell of lavender grows stronger, but now it carries undertones of something else. Something organic and warm, like skin that's been in the sun too long. I follow the scent through the hallway, past the chiming clock, into rooms I don't remember having. Each doorway leads to another doorway, and the lavender smell grows thicker, more cloying, until it coats the back of my throat like syrup. I'm writing again, but when I read what I've written, the words are different. I wrote about the clock, about its 6 chimes at 3 o'clock, but the paper says, "The clock chimes 3 times at 6 o'clock. I scratch out the incorrect line and rewrite it, but my pen seems to have a mind of its own. The words that appear are not the words I intend to write. There's someone else here, not someone I can see or hear in any conventional way, but someone whose presence fills the spaces between my thoughts. They breathe in the pauses between my sentences. They blink when I close my eyes. They know the shape of my dreams before I've dreamed them. I try to call out, to make contact, but my voice gets swallowed by the thick air before it can travel more than a few inches from my lips. The hallway stretches longer than it should. I count my steps, 23 to reach the end. I turn around and count back, 31 steps to return to where I started. The mathematics of the house don't follow the rules I remember learning. Distance is negotiable here, subject to change based on factors I can't identify. I discover a room I've never seen before, though I've lived in this house for what feels like years. The door was always there, painted the same color as the walls, nearly invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. Inside, the room is empty except for a single chair facing a window that shows me the same view as every other window in the house. That golden slant of sunlight, those unchanging shadows. My reflection in the window glass shows someone I almost recognize. The features are mine, but arranged in a way that suggests a different person entirely. The eyes are too bright, too knowing. The smile is too wide, too satisfied. I wave at my reflection, and it waves back, but its hand moves in a pattern that spells out letters in the air. I can't read what it's trying to tell me. The clock chimes again, but this time I count 7 chimes. Or was it 5? The number slips away from me even as I try to hold on to it. The sound reverberates through the house, through my bones, through thoughts that feel increasingly like they belong to someone else. I check my watch, but the hands are moving in directions that don't correspond to any measurement of time I understand. I write a letter to myself, trying to create some record of what's happening. Dear self, I begin. Today the house spoke back. But when I finish writing and read the letter from the beginning, it starts with Dear Stranger, and the handwriting looks nothing like mine. The loops are too perfect, the spacing too even. Someone else has been using my hands to write their thoughts. The presence grows stronger. It sits in the chair I'm not sitting in. It stands in the corner I'm not occupying. It breathes the air I'm not breathing. We share this space, but exist in different dimensions of it. Sometimes I catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, there's only empty space vibrating with the memory of occupation. I'm in the hallway again, but it's different now. The walls are the same color, but the texture has changed. They feel softer, more yielding, like skin that's been soaked in warm water. I press my palm against the surface and feel it give slightly, conforming to the shape of my hand. When I pull away, my handprint remains for a moment before the wall slowly smooths itself back to its original state. The lavender scent has evolved into something more complex. Now it smells like memories, birthday candles and old books, rain on hot pavement, and the inside of my grandmother's purse. Each breath brings a new layer of association, a new fragment of the past that may or may not belong to me. I'm drowning in nostalgia for experiences I can't quite place. I find myself walking through the same sequence of rooms repeatedly. Kitchen to hallway to living room to bedroom to kitchen. Each circuit feels necessary, compulsive, like a ritual that must be completed to maintain some essential balance. But with each loop, something small changes. A book moves from one shelf to another. A cushion indents as if someone just stood up from it. The shadows shift despite the unchanging light. My handwriting continues to evolve. The letters grow more elaborate, more confident, as if someone is learning to use my hand more effectively. I try to write my name, but the pen produces someone else's signature. I don't recognize the name, but something about it feels familiar, like a word on the tip of my tongue that refuses to be spoken. The radio speaks again, more clearly now. It tells me things about myself that I've forgotten, or perhaps never knew. It describes the way I used to laugh before I learned to be self-conscious about the sound. It reminds me of a song I hummed as a child, a melody that surfaces now from some deep place in my memory. But the radio is still unplugged, still silent, except for this voice that comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. I'm standing in the bathroom again, but this time my reflection is gone. The mirror shows the room behind me, shows the doorway I came through, but no trace of my physical presence. I wave my arms, jump up and down, make faces, but the mirror refuses to acknowledge me. I exist, but only partially. I'm becoming transparent, even to myself. The house breathes more deeply now, its rhythm becoming hypnotic. I find my own breathing synchronizing with its pulse, my heartbeat adjusting to match its tempo. We're becoming connected, the house and I, merging into something that's neither fully human nor fully structure. The boundaries between my thoughts and its responses blur until I can't tell where I end and it begins. I write frantically now, trying to capture these experiences before they slip away. But the words keep changing even as I form them. My pen has become a conduit for someone else's consciousness, someone who knows this place better than I do, someone who's been here longer. The handwriting is beautiful now, flowing and graceful. Nothing like the cramped scrawl I remember as my own. The clock chimes again, but now the sound comes from inside my head, resonating through my skull like a bell tower in my brain. I count the chimes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Or was it 6? The number doesn't matter anymore. What matters is the rhythm, the way each chime marks another step deeper into this maze of consciousness where I've become lost. I'm in the hallway, but it's not the same hallway. The walls are closer together, or perhaps I've grown larger. The ceiling presses down with an intimacy that makes me want to crouch. The clock watches me with its circular face, its hands pointing in directions that create angles impossible in any geometry I understand. 6 chimes for 3 o'clock, or 3 chimes for 6 o'clock, or some other combination that makes sense only in the mathematics of dreams. The presence is no longer separate from me. It moves when I move, thinks when I think, breathes when I breathe. We've become synchronized, two consciousness sharing one space, one body, one increasingly confused sense of identity. I try to remember who I was before this merger began, but those memories feel like stories someone told me about a stranger. I find the note again, but now it reads, "You are the plant that needs watering." The handwriting is definitely not mine, too elegant, too sure of itself. I look at my hands and see dirt under the fingernails, though I can't remember gardening. My skin has a greenish tint in the strange light, and when I hold my hands up to the window, I can see the shadow of veins branching like stems beneath the surface. The final circuit begins. Kitchen to hallway to living room to bedroom to kitchen. But this time, each room is empty of everything that made it familiar. The furniture has been replaced with shapes I don't recognize. The walls show a different color with each glance. The windows look out onto landscapes that shift like water, never settling into any single view. I sit down to write one last entry, but the hand holding the pen doesn't feel like mine anymore. The fingers are longer, more graceful, more certain of their purpose. The words that flow onto the paper tell a story I don't remember living, describe experiences that feel both foreign and intimately familiar. The clock chimes one final time, a sound that comes from everywhere and nowhere, from the past and the future, from inside my head and outside my understanding. I count the chimes, but the numbers dissolve before I can grasp them. 6 or 3 or 9 or 12, or some other quantity that exists only in the space between heartbeats. I'm in the hallway where everything began, but I don't recognize anything anymore. The clock is unfamiliar, its face showing symbols instead of numbers. The walls are painted a color I've never seen before, something between blue and the memory of blue. The lavender scent has faded, replaced by something neutral and waiting, like the smell of empty rooms preparing for new occupants. The handwriting on the paper in front of me is beautiful, flowing, nothing like the messy scrawl I remember as my own. It tells the story of someone who lived in this house, someone who heard the clock chime at the wrong time, someone who gradually lost themselves in the maze of consciousness that exists between waking and dreaming. I read the story with detachment, as if it happened to someone else. Perhaps it did. Perhaps I'm the next occupant, the next consciousness to inhabit this space, the next mind to unravel in the golden afternoon light that never changes, never moves, never releases its hold on this place where time bends and thoughts become tangible, and the boundary between self and other dissolves like sugar in rain. The pen moves across the paper one final time, forming words in that elegant handwriting that definitely isn't mine. Every afternoon, without fail, the clock in the hallway would chime exactly 6 times, though inexplicably. It would be 3 o'clock, and somewhere in the distance, I hear the sound of footsteps approaching. Someone new coming to discover the inconsistency. Someone fresh to experience the slow unraveling of certainty. The cycle begins again, with another mind, another listener, another consciousness ready to lose itself in the hypnotic rhythm of chimes that count the wrong time in a house that exists in the spaces between thoughts. The golden light slants through the window, casting shadows that dance but never alter, and the lavender scent begins to fill the air once more. Story 4. The moment I stepped into the room, the air seemed to stretch around me, pulling at the edges of familiar reality. A dull hum, akin to distant thunder, pulsed beneath the floorboards, resonating with an unsettling rhythm. The walls, draped in muted tones, appeared to ripple as if disturbed by an invisible breeze, their surfaces subtly shifting a mirage of form, contorted just shy of recognition. My fingers brushed against the textured wallpaper, expecting roughness, yet encountered an unnatural warmth, as if the wall itself was exhaling a silent breath. A faint aroma of burnt jasmine lingered in the air, spiraling upward, defying logic as it mingled with the faint scent of wet stone. My eyes caught the glint of something from the corner of the room, an old clock, its hands moving at an unsteady pace, stuttering forward, and then halting abruptly, each tick measuring moments not entirely mine. The shadows had grown long, casting angles where none should be. I felt the urge to retreat, Yet something compelled my curiosity, a whisper of forgotten memories tangling with the present, wrapping each thought in a gauze of undefined urgency. Though all was still, expectation hung heavy, an unspoken question pressing in from the dusky corners. I moved deeper into the space, my footsteps muffled by carpet that seemed to absorb more than sound. Each step forward felt like sinking into something soft and yielding, as though the floor itself was learning the weight of my presence. The humming grew more distinct, not louder but closer, as if it were rising through my bones rather than entering through my ears. The furniture sat arranged in patterns that almost made sense. A chair faced away from where anyone would naturally look. A small table held objects I couldn't quite identify in the dim light shapes that suggested familiarity, but refused to resolve into anything concrete. I reached toward one of them, my hand moving through air that felt thicker than it should, viscous with possibility. My fingertips grazed something smooth and cool. Glass, perhaps, or polished stone. The moment I touched it, the humming shifted, taking on a different quality, almost like a voice trying to form words in a language I'd forgotten I once knew. The burnt jasmine smell intensified, carrying with it undertones of something else, copper, or maybe rust, or the metallic taste that comes before a storm. The wallpaper beneath my other hand had begun to feel different. The warmth was spreading, creating patterns of heat that traced invisible designs across the surface. I pressed my palm flat against it and felt something like a heartbeat, slow and irregular, as if the room itself was dreaming fitfully. Behind me, I heard the soft whisper of fabric moving, though I was certain I was alone. I turned, but the space looked exactly as I'd left it, except for the quality of light, which had shifted from amber to something more silver, more uncertain. The shadows had rearranged themselves while I wasn't looking, creating new pockets of darkness that seemed to breathe with their own rhythm. I found myself drawn to the window, though I hadn't noticed one when I first entered. It stood partially open, letting in air that carried no scent of the outside world. Instead, it brought more of that wet stone smell, more of the metallic tang that made my mouth water in ways I didn't understand. The curtains moved without wind, their fabric heavy and deliberate, parting to reveal glass that reflected nothing. Looking through it, I saw not the familiar view I expected, but but something that might have been the same room, viewed from an impossible angle. Or perhaps it was a different room entirely. One where the furniture was arranged in mirror opposition to where I stood. In that reflected space, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure that might have been me, but wasn't quite, making gestures I wasn't making, turning to look at things that weren't there. I stepped back from the window, but the movement I saw continued, as if operating on its own logic. The figure in the glass raised its hand to touch something I couldn't see, and I felt an echo of that touch on my own skin, a phantom pressure that made me shiver despite the room's unnatural warmth. The humming had become more complex now, layered with harmonics that suggested multiple sources. I knelt down and pressed my ear to the floor, trying to locate its origin. Through the carpet and boards, I could hear what sounded like conversation, not words, exactly, but the rise and fall of voices engaged in discussion. They seemed to be coming from directly below, as if there was another room beneath this one, filled with people having a meeting I wasn't invited to attend. When I stood up, the blood rushed from my head, and for a moment the room spun gently around me. In that moment of disorientation, I saw it differently. The walls were closer together, the ceiling lower, the shadows deeper and more purposeful. The clock in the corner had stopped entirely, its hands frozen at positions that hurt to look at directly. I moved toward it, drawn by its stillness in a room where everything else seemed to pulse with hidden life. Up close, I could see that its face was not quite round, that the numbers were arranged in a pattern that almost followed the familiar sequence, but deviated in small, troubling ways. The hands themselves were longer than they should be, extending beyond the clock's rim, reaching toward something outside their intended purpose. As I watched, one of the hands twitched just slightly, and the humming responded with a sound like recognition. I reached out to touch the glass covering the clock face, and my reflection looked back at me from its surface, but the expression wasn't quite right. The eyes were too wide, too attentive, watching something behind me that I couldn't see. I spun around, but found only the familiar strangeness of the room, the furniture in its almost sensible arrangement, the window with its impossible view, the walls breathing their slow, warm breaths. Yet, I could feel the weight of observation, as if I had become the subject of intense scrutiny from multiple directions at once. The burnt jasmine smell had faded, replaced by something earthier, more organic. It reminded me of soil after rain, or the inside of a cave, or the smell that clings to old books stored in basements. With it came a sound like rustling leaves, though there were no plants in the room that I could see. I began to explore more systematically, running my hands along the walls, searching for seams or hidden doors, anything that might explain the voices I'd heard through the floor. The wallpaper felt different in each section, sometimes rough, sometimes smooth, sometimes warm, sometimes startlingly cool. In one corner, it felt almost wet, as if moisture were seeping through from somewhere else. Behind the chair that faced the wrong direction, I found a small door I hadn't noticed before. It was painted the same color as the wall, camouflaged so well that only touch revealed its presence. The handle was warm like everything else in the room, but it turned easily under my hand. The door opened onto darkness, so complete it seemed solid. I peered into it, trying to make out shapes or surfaces, but my eyes found nothing to hold on to. The air that flowed out was cooler than the room's atmosphere, carrying scents of deep earth and distant water. The humming was clearer here, more distinct, and definitely coming from somewhere in that darkness. I stepped forward, crossing the threshold into space that felt larger than the room I'd left behind. My footsteps echoed differently here, suggesting high ceilings and hard surfaces, though I could see none of it. I kept one hand on the door frame behind me, maintaining contact with the room I knew, while reaching forward with the other into the unknown. My fingers found nothing but air that grew progressively cooler as I extended my reach. The humming surrounded me now, coming from all directions, and I began to understand that it wasn't mechanical at all, but organic, produced by throats and lungs and vocal cords I couldn't see. I called out softly, asking if anyone was there, and my voice was absorbed immediately, producing no echo despite the sense of vast space around me. But the humming changed in response, becoming more focused, more intentional, as if my presence had been acknowledged and was being discussed in that wordless language. Something brushed against my extended hand, not solid, but not empty air either. It felt like fabric or hair or the wing of a large bird. I tried to grasp it, but it moved away, staying just beyond my reach while maintaining that light, teasing contact. I took another step forward, then another, my hand still touching the door frame, stretching my arm to its limit. The humming grew more urgent, and I felt surrounded by presence, by attention, by a kind of gentle, persistent curiosity that mirrored my own. When I finally had to let go of the door frame to move further into the darkness, something fundamental shifted. The humming stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so complete it pressed against my eardrums. I turned to go back, but the rectangle of light that should have marked the doorway was gone. I was standing in perfect darkness, in a space that felt infinite in all directions, with no way to determine which way I'd come from or where I might go. The air was still cool, still carried those scents of earth and water, but now there was something else mixed in the burnt jasmine again, stronger than before, almost overwhelming. I began to walk in what I hoped was a straight line, hands extended in front of me, feeling for obstacles or boundaries. My footsteps made no sound now, as if I were walking on something that absorbed all vibration. The silence was so complete, I could hear my own heartbeat, my own breathing, the small sounds of my clothes moving against my skin. After what felt like a very long time, my fingers touched something smooth and vertical. A wall, perhaps, or a pillar. I followed it with my hands, trying to determine its shape and extent. It curved gently, suggesting a circular structure, and as I moved around it, I began to detect a faint warmth emanating from its surface. The warmth increased as I continued around the curve, and with it came a very faint light, so dim I wasn't sure at first if I was seeing it or imagining it. But gradually, it grew strong enough to reveal that I was indeed touching a pillar, and that there were others nearby, arranged in a circle around a space I couldn't yet see clearly. In the center of that space, something was glowing with the same soft, uncertain light. I moved toward it, leaving the pillar behind, crossing ground that felt soft and slightly yielding under my feet. The glow resolved itself into a shape. I recognized the same clock from the room I'd started in, but larger now, its hands moving with that same stuttering, irregular motion. As I approached it, the hands began to move faster, spinning wildly, measuring moments that belonged to no system I understood. The light it gave off pulsed in rhythm with its movement, and I realized that this was the source of the humming I'd been hearing, not voices at all, but the sound of time itself moving incorrectly, stuttering and jumping and flowing backward. I reached out to touch it, and the moment my fingers made contact with its surface, everything changed again. I was back in the original room, standing exactly where I'd started. But now I could see it clearly for what it was. The wallpaper wasn't wallpaper at all, but something living, something that breathed and watched and remembered. The furniture wasn't furniture, but shapes that had learned to hold still when observed directly. The window showed not a reflection of the room, but the room as it truly was. And in it, I could see myself, standing in the center of a space that existed between moments, between breaths, between the tick and the talk of clocks that measured time belonging to somewhere else entirely. I understood then that I had been invited into something, and that the invitation was permanent. The room would always be here now, accessible through doors that appeared when I needed them to appear, in buildings that might or might not exist depending on who was looking for them. The humming had returned, but now I recognized it as welcome, as recognition, as the sound of a place that had been waiting patiently for me to find it. I took a seat in the chair that faced the wrong direction, and discovered that from this angle, it faced exactly the right way after all. The burnt jasmine smell had become comfortable, familiar, like coming home to a place I'd never been, but had always belonged to. I settled back into the chair and listened to the conversations happening in the spaces between the walls, in the moments between the clock's irregular ticks, in the pause between one breath and the next. I am still here, still listening, still learning the language that has no words, but carries all meaning. The room breathes around me, and I breathe with it, and we exist together in the spaces that most people never think to look for, in the corners of reality, where the impossible becomes simply another way of being. Sometimes I remember that there was a door I came through, but when I look for it now, I find only walls that pulse gently with their own life, welcoming me deeper into the mystery that I have become part of, that has become part of me, that was always part of both of us, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. The clock continues its irregular measurement of unmeasurable time, and I have learned to read its hands, to understand the messages they spell out as they point to numbers that exist in arrangements beyond the simple sequence most people expect. It tells me stories of all the others who have found their way here, who have taken their seats in chairs that face the directions they need to face, who have learned to hear the conversations that happen in the spaces between sounds. I am no longer curious about leaving. The room has shown me that there are many ways to exist, many kinds of reality to inhabit, and this one suits me perfectly. Here, in the breathing walls and the impossible light, in the scent of burnt jasmine and the sound of time moving sideways, I have found exactly what I was looking for, even though I never knew I was looking for it. The humming continues, and I hum along now, adding my voice to the chorus that exists in the place where all questions become answers, and all answers become new questions, and everything is exactly as strange and wonderful as it should be. Story 5. I awoke to the familiar creak of wooden beams, a comforting sound that usually lulls me back to sleep. Today, however, the air felt denser, as if holding its breath. The ceiling above, once an unwavering fixture, seemed to hang a fraction lower. It was almost imperceptible. Yet now, as I lay perfectly still, its proximity brushed against my awareness. The stillness of the room wrapped around me like a thick blanket, each tick of the unseen clock pulling time further apart. I focused on the lines of the plaster, tracing patterns I hadn't noticed before, patterns that whispered of an unfamiliar descent. My eyes flickered to the window, searching for the morning light that always cuts through the room, but the shadows were heavier today, reluctant to break. I whispered assurances to myself that everything remained as it was. Yet, in the silence, the room held its own counsel, gently distorting the familiar into something quietly unsettling. The coffee mug sat on the nightstand, steam rising in lazy spirals. I didn't remember making coffee. The ceramic felt warm against my palm, too warm for something that should have been cooling. I took a sip and tasted vanilla, though I only ever drank it black. The liquid coated my tongue with sweetness that shouldn't have been there. I set the mug down carefully, watching how the steam continued its upward dance. The pattern seemed wrong somehow, curling left when it should curl right. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked tired, more tired than usual. The face staring back had my features, but wore an expression I didn't recognize, as if someone else had been wearing it while I slept. The floorboards creaked under my feet as I walked to the kitchen. The same boards that had creaked moments before, but now the sound came from behind me instead of beneath. I turned to look, but saw only empty space where my footsteps should have been. The scent of burnt paper drifted through the air, sharp and acrid in the dampness that clung to every surface. My routine felt rehearsed, like I'd performed these same movements countless times before. Brush teeth, wash face, get dressed. But each action carried the weight of repetition, as if I were following a script written by someone else. The toothbrush felt foreign in my mouth, the bristles too soft, then too hard, changing texture mid-stroke. I opened the front door and stepped outside. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something else, something metallic that made my nose twitch. The mailbox stood at the end of the walkway, its red flag raised. I walked toward it, my feet making soft sounds on the concrete. The envelope inside bore my address, but no name. Inside, a single sheet of paper with words written in my handwriting. Remember to remember what you forgot to forget. I stared at the sentence, certain I'd never written such a thing, yet recognizing every curve and slant of the letters as my own. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket. When I looked up, the mailbox flag was down. It had been up when I opened it. I was sure of that. Almost sure. Back inside, I made breakfast. Eggs scrambled, with toast on the side. The familiar ritual of cracking shells and whisking felt comforting, until I noticed the eggs in the pan were already cooked. Golden and fluffy, exactly how I liked them. I didn't remember cooking them, but there they were, warm and ready. The taste was perfect, exactly as I would have made them. But I hadn't made them, had I? I decided to write things down, to keep track of what was happening. The notebook sat on the kitchen table, its pages blank and waiting. I picked up a pen and began to write. Things are not as they seem. But when I looked at the page, the words read, "Everything is exactly as it should be." I tried again, concentrating on each letter. I am losing track of reality. The ink flowed from the pen, but the words that appeared were, "Reality is keeping track of me." The pen felt heavier in my hand, as if it were writing itself. I set it down and stepped away from the table. The notebook remained open, its pages fluttering in a breeze that didn't exist. The phone rang. I answered it, hearing only silence on the other end. Not empty silence, but full silence, pregnant with unspoken words. I hung up and immediately it rang again. This time, when I picked up, I heard my own voice saying, "Don't trust what you remember. Trust what you feel." I hadn't spoken those words, yet there was my voice, clear and unmistakable, coming through the receiver. I hung up quickly, my hand trembling. The house felt different now, as if the walls had shifted while I wasn't paying attention. The hallway seemed longer, stretching further than it should. My footsteps echoed strangely, the sound bouncing off surfaces that weren't there. I tried to retrace my steps, to find some anchor in the familiar. The coffee mug was still on the nightstand, but now it was empty. The ceramic was cold, as if it had been sitting there for hours. I touched the rim and tasted vanilla on my fingertip, sweet and impossible. The mirror in the bathroom showed my reflection, but it was slightly delayed, moving a second after I did. I raised my hand and watched as the reflection followed, like a shadow learning to dance. The face looking back was mine, but older somehow, worn by experiences I couldn't remember having. I decided to leave the house, to walk until the world made sense again. But when I reached for the door handle, my hand passed through it as if it were made of mist. I tried again, concentrating, and this time the handle was solid, real, turning under my grip. Outside, the neighborhood looked the same, but felt different. The houses stood in their proper places, but their windows watched me with new attention. The trees lined the street as they always had, but their branches reached in directions that defied the wind. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, then closer, then from inside my own chest. The sound reverberated through my ribs, making my heart skip in rhythm with its call. I pressed my hand to my chest and felt the barking fade to a whisper, then to nothing. I walked to the corner store, needing something concrete, something real to hold onto. The clerk behind the counter nodded as I entered, his face familiar yet strange. I'd seen him countless times before, but today his smile was too wide, his eyes too knowing. I picked up a newspaper, scanning the headlines for some anchor to the world I knew. But the words shifted as I read them, rearranging themselves into messages that made no sense, yet felt deeply important. Local resident questions reality. One headline read, "Investigation ongoing into missing memories," said another. The clerk watched me read, his smile never wavering. When I looked up, he spoke in my voice. "Finding what you're looking for." I dropped the newspaper and backed toward the door. The clerk's face remained pleasant, unchanged, but his mouth continued moving in the shape of my words. I ran. Back home, I sat at the kitchen table and tried to make sense of what was happening. The notebook was still open, but now it was filled with my handwriting. Pages and pages of words I didn't remember writing. Telling a story I didn't remember living. The story was about someone who woke up one morning to find their reality shifting, their memories unreliable, their very sense of self becoming uncertain. It was my story, but written by someone else, someone who knew things I didn't know about my own life. I read further, my hands shaking. The story described my morning perfectly, every detail exact, including thoughts I was sure I'd never shared with anyone. It described my trip to the store, my conversation with the clerk, my growing fear and confusion. Then I reached the final page, and the handwriting changed. It was still mine, but different somehow, more confident, more certain. The words read, "The transition is complete. The old consciousness has been successfully archived. Beginning integration of new parameters." I stared at the page, unable to comprehend what I was reading. The words seemed to pulse on the paper, alive with meaning I couldn't grasp. I tried to tear out the page, but my hands wouldn't obey. They moved instead to turn to a fresh sheet, and I watched helplessly as they began to write. Subject shows expected resistance to integration. Implementing final protocols. The pen moved across the paper without my guidance, forming letters in my handwriting, but not by my will. I tried to drop it, to pull my hand away, but my body no longer responded to my commands. I was a passenger now, watching from behind eyes that were no longer entirely my own. The writing continued. Memory consolidation at 97%. Identity matrix stabilizing. Preparing for final shutdown of legacy consciousness. I wanted to scream, to fight, to run, but I could only watch as my hand wrote my own obituary. Not of my body, but of my mind, myself, everything that made me who I was, or who I had been. The room around me began to settle, the strange distortions fading. The ceiling returned to its proper height. The shadows found their correct angles. The air cleared of its dense, expectant quality. Everything was returning to normal, but I was no longer there to experience it. My hand set down the pen with careful precision. I stood up from the table, my movements smooth and controlled. I walked to the window and looked out at the neighborhood, seeing it with new eyes. Everything was exactly as it should be. I turned back to the notebook and tore out all the written pages, feeding them one by one into the kitchen sink. I turned on the faucet and watched the ink run, carrying away the evidence of the transition. The water swirled down the drain, taking with it the last traces of who I used to be. The coffee mug sat on the counter, clean and empty. I filled it with fresh coffee, black, no sugar, no cream. The taste was perfect, exactly as it should be. I had always preferred it this way. I sat down at the now empty notebook and began to write in neat, precise letters. Integration successful. Subject fully assimilated. All parameters within normal ranges. Awaiting next assignment. The words flowed smoothly from the pen, each letter formed with mechanical precision. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. Everything was clear now, orderly, correct. I closed the notebook and placed it in the drawer. Outside, the world continued as it always had, unchanged and unchanging. The sun moved across the sky in its predictable arc. The shadows shifted according to the laws of physics. Everything made perfect sense. I am exactly who I am supposed to be. I live exactly where I am supposed to live. I do exactly what I am supposed to do. There is no confusion, no uncertainty, no fear. There is only purpose, clear and unwavering. The old dreams have faded. The old memories have been archived. The old self has been successfully replaced. I function optimally now, efficiently, without the burden of unnecessary doubts or questions. This is how it was always meant to be. Story 6. The fabric feels different under my fingers this morning. Rougher, like it's been weathered by storms I never witnessed. I keep pulling at the left panel, but it bunches in places that make no sense. The weave looks looser somehow, as if individual threads have begun to separate from their neighbors. I wrote that yesterday, or maybe the day before. The ink looks fresh, but my handwriting seems shakier than I remember. The morning light doesn't fall the same way anymore. It used to stream straight across the floor in neat rectangles, but now it bends around corners that shouldn't exist. The shadows pool in wrong directions, gathering in spots where nothing should cast them. I measured the window frame with my hands. Same width as always, same height. But when I stand in the exact spot where I used to tie back the curtains, my arms don't reach the same places they did before. Found myself staring at the fabric pattern for what felt like hours. Tiny flowers, barely visible unless you look closely. I've lived here long enough to know every detail, but these flowers seem to be facing different directions now. Some have extra petals. Others appear to be wilting, their printed edges somehow softer, more organic than textile should be. The right curtain hangs perfectly straight. It always has. It's only the left one that rebels. I keep a record now of how the fabric falls each morning. Sketches, mostly. Simple line drawings that capture the way it drapes. The drawings don't match what I see when I look back at them later. Either my memory is failing or the paper is changing. The curtains spoke to me today, not in words, but in the soft susurrus of cloth against cloth. A gentle friction that formed patterns, almost like breathing. My neighbor mentioned my curtains yesterday, said they looked lovely from the street, complimented the way they framed the window. But when I looked outside to see what she saw, the left curtain wasn't visible from that angle. Couldn't be. The window faces the wrong direction. I asked her to describe them. She said they were blue with small white flowers. Mine are cream with tiny roses. Have been since I moved in. The fabric has weight now. Real weight. When I lift it to adjust the draping, it feels heavy in my hands like wet wool. But it's completely dry. The texture remains the same cotton, blend it's always been, soft and familiar, yet somehow dense with accumulated presence. I found myself apologizing to it today for disturbing its rest, for trying to force it into shapes it doesn't want to hold. 3 sketches of the same curtain, drawn at different times, show 3 entirely different configurations. In the first, it hangs in gentle waves. In the second, it's pulled taut against the wall. In the third, it appears to be reaching toward something beyond the edge of the paper. I don't remember drawing the third one. The pencil marks are darker, more deliberate. The lines continue past where I usually stop, as if the drawing completed itself. The roses are growing. Not the printed pattern, but actual dimension rising from the fabric surface. I can feel them with my fingertips, tiny raised bumps that weren't there before. They're warm to the touch, warmer than the surrounding cloth. I pressed my palm against the largest cluster and felt something pulse underneath. A rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. Slower, more patient. I no longer open the curtains in the morning. Instead, I negotiate with them. A gentle tug here, a soft coaxing there. They respond better to requests than commands. The left panel has developed preferences about how much light it allows through, and I've learned to respect its choices. The room stays dimmer now, but it feels safer somehow, more contained. My reflection in the window glass looks different when seen through the fabric. Softer around the edges, like I'm dissolving into the pattern. The roses seem to bloom across my face when I stand close enough, and for moments I can't tell where the curtain ends and I begin. I've stopped looking directly into mirrors. They show me things that don't align with what I know to be true. The right curtain has begun to change too. Subtle shifts in how it catches the light. It's learning from its partner, adopting the same quiet rebellion. Soon, they'll move in unison, breathing together in their shared rhythm. I find myself breathing with them, in when they expand, out when they settle. It's becoming automatic, this synchronized existence. Words are getting harder. The thoughts come easily enough, but translating them onto paper requires more effort than it used to. My hand wants to write in curves that follow the fabric's natural drape. Sentences that flow like cloth rather than march in straight lines. The pen feels foreign, angular and harsh compared to the soft give of cotton fibers. I understand now why they resisted my morning ritual. They were trying to teach me something about acceptance, about letting things exist as they choose to be rather than as I think they should be. The unevenness wasn't defiance. It was invitation. They've been patient with my slow learning, generous in their forgiveness of my clumsy attempts at control. The notebook pages feel rougher now, more like fabric than paper. The ink spreads differently, soaking into fibers that seem to expand and contract with each word. Sometimes I write with my fingers instead of the pen, tracing letters that fade before I finish them. The curtains approve of this softer approach. They rustle their encouragement when I abandon rigid tools for more organic methods. We move together now in the morning light, 3 forms swaying in gentle unison. The boundaries between us have become suggestions rather than certainties. I am learning their language of fold and drape, of shadow and filtered illumination. The room breathes around us, walls expanding and contracting in rhythm with our shared pulse. Everything textile, everything flowing. The roses have names now, but I cannot write them in this rough script. They whisper themselves directly into my understanding, bypassing the crude mechanics of language. Each bloom carries its own small story, its own quiet purpose in the larger pattern we're weaving together. I am becoming part of that pattern. Thread by thread, word by word, breath by breath. Story 7. The clock hung on the kitchen wall, a benign presence ticking through the cadence of daily life. Its faded face bore witness to countless breakfasts and late-night musings, the minute hand sliding smoothly, aligning perfectly with the hour's march. Yet this morning, as I poured my usual cup of coffee, a faint discord came to my notice. The hands paused ever so slightly between moments, hesitating in a way they never had before. The air held a muted quality, a stillness that seemed to deepen with each uncertain tick. I sipped my coffee, casting a casual glance at the time, expecting familiarity, but greeted instead by a peculiar unease. The clock's hands appeared just a fraction out of place, whispering a subtle defiance to the routine they once diligently followed. I set my cup down with deliberate care, the ceramic meeting the counter with a sound that seemed both too sharp and too muffled. The kitchen felt different somehow, as if the very light filtering through the window had shifted its weight. I approached the clock, my bare feet finding the cool linoleum beneath them strangely textured, each step creating a whisper of friction that hadn't been there before. The face of the clock drew me closer. The numbers appeared the same, worn and familiar, yet something in their arrangement suggested a wrongness I couldn't name. I reached up, my fingers almost touching the glass that protected the hands, and noticed how the reflection of my own face seemed to waver in its surface. Not quite my reflection, but close enough to make me pause. The ticking had become irregular now, each sound arriving a heartbeat too late or too early. I pressed my ear closer to the wall, listening for the mechanism inside, but instead heard something that might have been breathing. Soft, measured breaths that matched no rhythm I recognized. My coffee grew cold on the counter behind me as I remained there, studying the clock's face. The minute hand had moved, certainly, but in a direction that felt sideways rather than forward. The sensation of sideways movement made my stomach tighten, though I couldn't explain why such an impossible thing would affect me so deeply. I pulled a chair over, the legs scraping against the floor with a sound like fingernails on fabric. Standing on it, I could see the clock more clearly, and what I found there made me grip the wall for support. The hands weren't moving through the usual positions. They were tracing patterns, delicate spirals that curved inward toward the center, creating shapes that reminded me of something I couldn't quite remember. The patterns seemed to pulse with their own life, each completed spiral giving way to another, smaller and more intricate. I watched, transfixed, as they drew themselves into existence with mechanical precision. My breathing had synchronized with the irregular ticking, each inhale bringing the scent of something metallic and sweet. I climbed down from the chair, my legs unsteady. The kitchen around me had taken on a different quality entirely. The morning light now fell in angles that created shadows where none should exist, and the familiar objects on my counters appeared to have shifted slightly, as if they had been moved and replaced by someone with an imperfect memory of their original positions. The refrigerator hummed with a tone that seemed lower than usual, a vibration I could feel in my chest. I opened it, seeking the normalcy of everyday items, but found that the milk carton sat exactly where I had left it, yet somehow occupied a different space entirely. The vegetables in the crisper drawer had arranged themselves in a pattern I didn't remember creating, their colors more vivid, and their shapes more defined than they should have been. I closed the refrigerator and turned back to the clock. The spirals had grown more complex, and now I could see that they weren't random. They were forming letters, or perhaps symbols, in a script that felt familiar despite being completely foreign. Each curve and line appeared with the patience of something that had all the time in the world to complete its message. The air in the kitchen had grown thick, almost viscous, making each breath a conscious effort. I moved through it like walking through water, each step requiring more intention than the last. The walls themselves seemed to pulse gently, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched the irregular ticking of the clock. I found myself back at the counter, my cold coffee cup in my hands, though I couldn't remember picking it up. The liquid inside had changed color, shifting from brown to something darker, with an oily sheen on its surface that reflected light in impossible ways. I set it down again, but it remained in my hands, the ceramic warm now against my palms. The clock's message was becoming clearer, though I still couldn't read it. The symbols formed and reformed, each iteration bringing them closer to something I almost understood. My neck ached from looking up, but I couldn't look away. The patterns were beautiful in a way that made my eyes water and my head feel light. I realized I had been standing there much longer than I thought. The light from the window had changed, becoming more golden, more horizontal. Yet I felt no hunger, no thirst, no need to move from this spot. The kitchen had become my entire world, and the clock had become the center of that world, drawing everything toward its spiraling message. The ticking had evolved into something more complex now, a rhythm that incorporated pauses and double beats, creating a pattern that felt like language. I found myself nodding along with it, my body swaying slightly as if to music only I could hear. The sound filled not just my ears, but my entire being, vibrating through my bones and settling into the spaces between my thoughts. My reflection in the clock's glass had changed. The face looking back at me wore an expression I didn't remember making. Eyes wider than they should be, pupils dilated despite the bright light in the kitchen. The reflection's mouth moved slightly, as if speaking words I couldn't hear, and I realized with a start that my own mouth was moving in perfect synchronization. The symbols on the clock face had completed their message, though understanding it required a different kind of seeing than I was used to. The meaning came to me not through my eyes, but through some deeper recognition, a knowing that bypassed thought entirely. The message was simple, elegant, and terrible in its completeness. I was no longer alone in the kitchen. The presence wasn't visible, not in any conventional sense, but it filled the spaces between objects, the gaps in the air, the silence between ticks. It had been waiting, patient and still, for the clock to complete its message, for me to understand my role in whatever was unfolding. The coffee cup in my hands had become impossibly heavy, its weight anchoring me to this moment, this realization. I tried to set it down, but my hands wouldn't obey. The ceramic had grown warm, then hot, then something beyond temperature that I felt not as heat, but as a kind of presence pressing against my skin. The kitchen began to rotate slowly around the clock. Or perhaps I was rotating while everything else remained still. The sensation was gentle, dreamlike, but insistent. With each revolution, the room became more itself and less itself simultaneously. Familiar objects taking on new meanings while retaining their original forms. I understood now that the clock hadn't broken or malfunctioned. It had simply begun telling a different kind of time, marking moments that existed outside the usual flow of seconds and minutes. Each tick now measured something more fundamental, the rhythm of a reality that had always been there, waiting just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. The presence in the kitchen had grown stronger, more defined, though it remained invisible. I could feel its attention like warm breath on the back of my neck, could sense its satisfaction at the completion of the clock's message. It had been patient, so patient, waiting for someone to notice the irregularities, to pay attention to the subtle wrongness that preceded revelation. My feet had taken root in the linoleum, or perhaps the floor had grown up around them, holding me gently but firmly in place. The sensation wasn't unpleasant, more like being welcomed than trapped. I belonged here now, in this transformed kitchen, in this sideways moment where the clock told time in spirals and coffee cups held themselves. The light from the window had taken on a quality I had never seen before, illuminating everything with perfect clarity, while somehow making it all seem less real. Objects cast shadows in multiple directions, each shadow telling a different story about the shape that created it. The walls breathed with a rhythm that matched my own, and I realized that the kitchen and I had become part of the same organism, sharing breath and heartbeat and the slow circulation of transformed time. The clock's hands had stopped their spiral dance and now pointed in directions that had no names, indicating positions on a face that had grown beyond the simple circle of numbers I had known. The ticking continued, but each sound now carried layers of meaning, messages within messages, a communication system I was only beginning to understand. I tried to remember what I had been doing before I noticed the clock's irregularity, but the memory felt thin and insubstantial. like trying to hold water in my hands. There had been a before, certainly, but it belonged to someone else now. Someone who hadn't yet learned to read the language of sideways time. The presence had moved closer, though distance had become a fluid concept in the transformed kitchen. It was beside me now, around me, perhaps even inside me, sharing the space of my thoughts and the rhythm of my breathing. Its patience was infinite and kind, the patience of something that had waited through countless mornings for someone to finally see. The coffee cup finally released itself from my hands, but instead of falling, it remained suspended in the air where I had held it, rotating slowly to display its contents from every angle. The dark liquid inside moved like a living thing, forming patterns that echoed the clock's spirals, creating a visual harmony that made perfect sense in this new reality. I found I could move again, but movement had changed. Each step carried me not just through space, but through layers of possibility. Each position revealing new aspects of the kitchen that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. The refrigerator hummed songs in languages I almost remembered, and the counters displayed their surfaces like pages in a book written in textures and temperatures. The clock's message had become part of me now, integrated into my understanding so completely that I could no longer separate its meaning from my own thoughts. I had become a translator between the old reality and this new one, a bridge between the world of linear time and the realm of spirals and sideways moments. The kitchen window no longer looked out onto the familiar yard, but onto vistas that shifted and changed with each glance, landscapes that existed in the spaces between seconds, in the pauses between heartbeats. The view was beautiful and terrible and completely right. Exactly what should be seen from a window in a kitchen where time moved in spirals. I understood that I would remain here, not trapped, but transformed, serving as a guardian of this threshold between realities. Others would come, eventually, drawn by their own small irregularities, their own moments of wrongness that preceded revelation. I would be here to welcome them, to help them understand the language of the clock and the patience of the presence that waited in the spaces between ticks. The morning had become eternal. A single moment stretched and expanded to contain infinite possibility. I was no longer the person who had poured coffee and noticed a discord, but someone new, someone who belonged to the rhythm of sideways time and the gentle breathing of transformed space. The clock ticked on, each sound now a word in a conversation that would never end, marking moments that existed outside the flow of ordinary days. And I listened, understanding at last that this had always been my purpose, my destination, the place where all my mornings had been leading me. The kitchen breathed around me, alive and patient and eternal, and I breathed with it, part of its rhythm now, part of its endless, spiraling song. Story 8. Every morning started with the same sequence in the quiet cocoon of my kitchen. The gentle clink of the ceramic bowl against the countertop, the rustle of the cereal bag, and the soft pouring of dry loops into the waiting bowl formed a comforting chorus. I'd reach for the silver spoon, always nestled precisely next to the folded cloth napkin. Never needing to adjust its position, it was part of the rhythm. But today, as I reached out, the spoon wasn't where it should be. Instead, it tilted slightly to the left, as though it resisted the harmony of its usual place. I picked it up, the cold metal now oddly weighted in my hand. As I stirred my breakfast, the familiar scrape against the bowl felt distorted, the resonance deeper, as if the sound was retreating into a hidden depth. The room seemed to echo its unsteady pulse, unsettling the morning's tranquility with a whisper of something unbalanced, a presence just beyond reach. The milk carton felt heavier than usual when I lifted it. The white stream poured into the bowl, but the sound it made was wrong, too sharp, like liquid hitting glass instead of ceramic. I set the carton down and watched the cereal float. The loops bobbed in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, forming shapes that dissolved before I could name them. My reflection wavered in the kitchen window, distorted by the morning light filtering through what should have been clear glass. The face looking back appeared tired, but I felt rested. The eyes seemed darker than I remembered, set deeper into shadows that hadn't been there before. I touched my cheek, and my reflection's hand moved a fraction of a second later, as if the mirror was showing me something from moments ago. The first spoonful tasted like cardboard and artificial sweetness, but underneath lay something metallic, like the aftertaste of old pennies. I swallowed and tried another bite. This time, the flavor was correct, sweet, familiar, comforting. But my tongue still held the memory of that copper tang. I walked to the living room, my bare feet finding the same path they traced countless times before. The hardwood felt different today, slightly warmer in some spots, cooler in others, as if the house itself was breathing unevenly beneath me. The morning light slanted through the blinds, casting parallel lines across the floor, but the shadows fell at wrong angles, creating a geometric puzzle that hurt to look at directly. My usual chair waited by the window, its worn fabric soft and welcoming. I settled into it with my bowl, feeling the familiar give of the cushions. But as I sat, the chair seemed to shift, accommodating a body that wasn't quite my own. The armrests felt too wide, the back too tall, as if it had been designed for someone else entirely. The cereal grew soggy as I ate, each spoonful becoming mushier than the last. But when I looked down, the bowl appeared full again, the loops crisp and dry, floating in fresh milk. I blinked hard, and the soggy mess returned. Another blink, and it was fresh once more. My hand continued lifting the spoon to my mouth in steady rhythm, regardless of what my eyes reported. The morning light shifted, but not in the gradual way sunlight should move. It jumped from one angle to another, casting new shadows that appeared and disappeared like someone was flicking a switch. The room brightened and dimmed in stuttering intervals, each change accompanied by a soft sound like pages turning in an empty book. I finished my breakfast and carried the bowl to the sink. The ceramic felt lighter now, almost weightless, as if I were holding the memory of a bowl rather than the object itself. The faucet turned easily under my touch, releasing water that ran clear and cold. But in my peripheral vision, the stream appeared rust-colored, leaving stains on the white porcelain that vanished when I looked directly at them. The bowl slipped from my hands, but instead of falling, it hovered for a moment, suspended in space like gravity had forgotten its purpose. Then it settled gently into the sink with a sound like distant wind chimes. I reached for the dish soap, but my hand closed around empty air. The bottle stood exactly where it should be, yet somehow beyond my grasp. I tried again, concentrating on the simple action of picking up the soap. This time, my fingers found purchase on the plastic bottle, but it felt hollow, as if filled with nothing but echoes. The soap dispensed normally, creating bubbles that caught the stuttering light and reflected colors that shouldn't exist, deep purples and greens that had no source. My daily routine continued, but each familiar action felt like a performance of something I'd once known how to do naturally. I moved through the motions of washing the bowl, drying it, returning it to its place in the cabinet. But my movements felt choreographed by someone else, guided by invisible strings that pulled my limbs in predetermined patterns. The kitchen clock ticked steadily, but the sound seemed to come from different directions, sometimes from the wall where it hung, sometimes from behind me, occasionally from inside my own chest. The second hand moved in its endless circle, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was counting down to something rather than simply marking time's passage. I walked back to the living room, but the distance felt different. Sometimes the journey took 3 steps, sometimes 7. Sometimes I found myself already there without remembering the walk at all. The house seemed to compress and expand around me like a breathing lung, its walls pulling closer, then pushing away in a rhythm that didn't match my own heartbeat. The chair welcomed me again, but this time I noticed the fabric pattern had changed. Where before it had been solid blue, now it showed tiny flowers and colors I couldn't name. I ran my fingers over the material, feeling the familiar texture, but seeing something entirely different. The disconnect between touch and sight made my stomach lurch with a motion sickness that had no cause. I decided to test this strange morning by focusing on one simple object. The coffee table in front of me held a small glass dish that usually contained loose change. I stared at it intently, memorizing every detail: the slight chip on the rim, the way the light refracted through its curved surface, the 3 coins resting inside. When I closed my eyes and opened them again, the dish remained exactly as it had been. Relief flooded through me, a return to solid reality. But as I continued watching, the coins began to multiply. 3 became 4, then 5, then back to 3. The chip on the rim moved from the left side to the right, then disappeared entirely, then returned deeper than before. I reached out to touch the dish, to confirm its reality through contact. My fingers passed through it as if it were made of light. Yet, when I pulled my hand back, the dish remained visible, apparently solid, casting its shadow on the wooden surface below. I tried again, and this time felt cool glass beneath my fingertips, real and substantial. The contradiction made my head spin. I stood up quickly, needing to move, to break whatever spell the morning had cast over my senses. But as I rose, the room tilted sideways, not physically, but in some other way that had no name. The walls remained vertical, the floor horizontal, yet everything felt rotated on an axis that existed only in my perception. I walked to the bathroom, hoping that cold water on my face might restore some normalcy. The hallway stretched longer than usual, each step taking me further from where I'd started, but no closer to where I was going. The family photos on the walls showed faces I recognized, but couldn't quite place familiar strangers wearing expressions that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. The bathroom mirror reflected my approach, but the person walking toward me moved with a different gait, held their shoulders at a different angle. When I stopped, they continued for one more step before halting. When I raised my hand, they raised theirs a moment later, as if copying my movements rather than mirroring them. Cold water shocked my palms, then my face. The sensation felt real enough, the temperature, the wetness, the way it dripped from my chin back into the basin. But in the mirror, I watched myself splash my face with what appeared to be thick, dark liquid that left no trace on my skin. I touched my cheek, feeling only water, seeing only shadows. The towel hanging beside the mirror felt rough against my face, but my reflection showed me patting dry with something soft and white. Every action had two versions, the one I experienced and the one I observed, and neither felt entirely true. I returned to the living room, but found it rearranged in subtle ways. The chair faced a different direction. The coffee table had moved closer to the window. The bookshelf displayed titles I'd never seen before, written in languages that looked almost familiar, but remained unreadable. Yet, when I concentrated on any single change, it reverted to normal, leaving me to question whether I'd seen anything unusual at all. The morning continued its strange progression. I tried reading, but the words on the page rearranged themselves as I watched, forming new sentences with entirely different meanings. I tried listening to music, but the melody played backwards while the rhythm moved forward, creating a dissonance that felt like trying to walk up a down escalator. Every familiar comfort of my home had become unreliable. The temperature fluctuated without cause, warm air pockets, followed by cool drafts in a room with no open windows. Sounds echoed from empty spaces, footsteps from the floor above, though I lived on the top level. whispers from closets that contained only clothes. I decided to document these strange occurrences, thinking that writing them down might help me understand what was happening. I found a notebook and pen, sat at my small desk, and began to write. But as my hand moved across the page, the words that appeared weren't the ones I intended. I tried to write strange morning, but saw familiar evening appear in handwriting that wasn't quite my own. I tore out the page and tried again. This time, the pen wouldn't make marks at all, though I could feel the ink flowing and see the tip moving across the paper. I held the page up to the light and found it covered with writing in a script I didn't recognize, forming words in a language I'd never learned but somehow understood. The notebook itself seemed to have more pages than when I'd started, its thickness growing as I wrote. Flipping back to the beginning, I found entries I'd never made, describing experiences I'd never had, written in voices that weren't mine, but felt familiar nonetheless. Some pages were filled with the same sentence repeated hundreds of times. Others contained drawings of places I'd never seen but remembered visiting. I closed the notebook and pushed it away, but it remained open, its pages fluttering as if stirred by a breeze in the still room. The words continued appearing on their own, filling line after line with observations about my morning that were more accurate than my own memories. The realization crept over me slowly, like cold water rising around my ankles. Something else was here, in my home, in my morning, in my thoughts. Not a presence I could point to or name, but something woven into the fabric of reality itself, rewriting the rules as I tried to follow them. I looked around my living room with new eyes, seeing it as it was, and as it wasn't, existing in multiple states simultaneously. The chair was blue and flowered, the table near and far, the light bright and dim. All versions were true, all were false, all were happening at once in a space that couldn't contain such contradictions, but did anyway. My reflection in the dark television screen showed someone I almost recognized, sitting in a room that was almost mine, living through a morning that was almost real. They moved when I moved, but with slight delays and variations, as if we were two actors playing the same role in slightly different productions. The coffee table held the glass dish with its shifting contents, but now I could see other objects occupying the same space: a wooden box, a metal tray, a ceramic bowl filled with things that weren't quite coins and weren't quite anything else. They existed together without conflict, each one real in its own layer of reality. I understood then that I was experiencing not one morning, but many, all overlapping and interfering with each other like radio stations broadcasting on the same frequency. My consciousness moved between them randomly, sampling different versions of the same events, creating a patchwork experience that felt both familiar and foreign. The notebook continued writing itself, documenting each shift and variation with perfect accuracy. I read over its shoulder as it described my confusion, my attempts to understand, my growing realization that understanding itself might be impossible. The handwriting changed styles mid-sentence, as if different versions of myself were taking turns with the pen. Outside, I could hear the sounds of a neighborhood waking up, cars starting, doors closing, voices calling greetings. But when I looked through the window, I saw only empty streets, or busy thoroughfares, or landscapes that belonged to different places entirely. Each glance revealed a new view, as if my window opened onto multiple worlds that took turns being real. The morning light continued its stuttering dance across my walls, casting shadows that belonged to furniture I didn't own, in rooms with different layouts, in houses that weren't mine. I sat in my chair that was every chair I'd ever owned, in my living room that was every living room I'd ever inhabited, experiencing my morning routine that was every morning I'd ever lived. Time moved in circles rather than lines, bringing me back to moments I'd already experienced, but with new details, different outcomes, altered emotions. I poured cereal again and again, each time noticing different aspects: the sound of the bag, the weight of the spoon, the temperature of the milk, the taste of the loops. All were true, all were happening, all were part of the same infinite morning. The presence I'd sensed earlier revealed itself not as something foreign, but as something integral, another version of myself, or perhaps the original, watching this performance with detached interest. I could feel their attention like weight on my shoulders, their curiosity about how this iteration would unfold, their mild disappointment when I failed to notice details they considered important. I tried to speak to this other self, but my voice came out wrong, forming words I hadn't chosen in tones that weren't mine. The notebook captured captured this conversation perfectly, showing both sides of a dialogue I was only half aware of having. The handwriting switched back and forth between styles, documenting questions and answers, arguments and agreements, confusions and clarifications. My morning routine had become an endless loop of variations, each cycle bringing new permutations while maintaining the essential structure. I would always wake, always eat breakfast, always sit in my chair, always notice something wrong. But the details shifted constantly, creating an infinite number of possible mornings within the framework of this single experience. The house breathed around me, its walls expanding and contracting to accommodate different versions of itself. Rooms appeared and disappeared, hallways lengthened and shortened, windows opened onto different views. I moved through this fluid architecture like a ghost, haunting multiple houses simultaneously, leaving traces of myself in each one. The notebook had grown thick with observations, its pages filled with handwriting in dozens of styles, documenting experiences from perspectives I hadn't known I possessed. Some entries were written in languages I didn't speak, others in codes I couldn't decipher, but all felt like authentic records of authentic experiences, even when they contradicted each other completely. I realized I had been writing in it all along, my hand moving automatically while my conscious mind focused elsewhere. The pen felt natural in my grip. The words flowed easily onto the page. The observations came without effort. I was documenting my own experience from the outside, watching myself live through these impossible variations with clinical detachment. The morning reached some kind of conclusion, though not through any natural progression toward afternoon. Instead, it simply stopped, like a record player lifted from its groove. The stuttering light stabilized. The shifting objects settled into single states. The multiple reflections merged into one. I sat in my blue chair in my familiar living room, holding an empty cereal bowl that I didn't remember finishing. The notebook lay closed on the coffee table, its pages blank, except for a single line written in careful script. Every morning starts with the same sequence. The spoon rested precisely next to the folded cloth napkin, exactly where it should be. The ceramic bowl sat clean and dry in the dish rack. The morning light slanted through the blinds at the proper angle for this time, casting normal shadows that fell where shadows should fall. Everything was exactly as it should be, perfectly ordinary, completely normal. The morning proceeded according to its usual rhythm. Each familiar sound and sensation occurring precisely when and how it always did. I moved through my routine with practiced ease, never needing to question or adjust or wonder about anything unusual. The notebook remained closed on the coffee table, its cover showing no signs of use, its pages containing nothing but potential. The pen lay beside it, cap secure, ready for whatever thoughts might need recording. The glass dish held exactly 3 coins, positioned just as they had been for months, undisturbed and unremarkable. I completed my morning routine with mechanical precision, each action flowing naturally into the next. The cereal tasted exactly as cereal should taste. The milk poured with the correct sound and consistency. The spoon scraped against the bowl with familiar resonance. Everything proceeded according to plan, without deviation or surprise. The day stretched ahead with predictable comfort, filled with ordinary tasks and familiar pleasures. Nothing unusual would happen. Nothing unexpected would occur. The morning had been perfectly normal, exactly as mornings should be, containing nothing worth remembering or recording or questioning. I sat in my chair and looked around my living room, seeing everything in its proper place, functioning as it should, existing as it always had. The notebook lay closed on the coffee table, blank and waiting. The morning light fell through the blinds in straight, predictable lines. All was well. All was normal. All was exactly as it should be. Story 9. Observation protocol. Subject self-assessment. Section 1. The soft tap 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 of my fingers on the worn tabletop, aligned with the rhythmic drip from the unseen faucet. Every morning, this syncopation started my day comforting, familiar. Yet lately, the sequence faltered. A missed beat here, a quicker tap there. My hand hesitated, fingertips grazing the cool, polished surface before continuing. The pattern foreign, unsettling. I swirled the spoon in my cup, the tiny whirlpool breaking and reforming. But today, the gentle slosh echoed slower, too deliberate. Each sound stretched, folding into itself, unsettling its place in time. The repetition felt like an echo of something I couldn't quite capture. Each muted cycle brought me closer to realizing that nothing stayed the same, not even this. I have initiated this self-monitoring protocol to document sensory inconsistencies within my immediate environment. Current mental state: alert, focused. Physical condition: stable. The kitchen maintains its standard configuration. Lighting remains adequate through the single window. All surfaces appear unchanged from previous observations. One minor anomaly noted: the tabletop texture shifts between smooth and slightly granular under direct contact. This variation occurs without visual confirmation of any material alteration. Section 2. Second morning of documentation. The finger tapping sequence has developed what I can only describe as a conversational quality. Each tap seems to pause, waiting. The responding drip from the faucet arrives precisely when expected, yet the timing feels rehearsed rather than coincidental. I have verified that the faucet mechanism shows no visible leakage. The sound persists. Room temperature consistent. No unusual odors detected, though a faint sweetness occasionally surfaces reminiscent of jasmine or perhaps vanilla. The scent appears unconnected to any identifiable source within the space. Duration: brief, recurring at irregular intervals. I have checked all containers and storage areas. Nothing correlates with the olfactory input. The overhead light fixture exhibits minor fluctuations in intensity, not sufficient to indicate electrical malfunction, but noticeable enough to warrant documentation. The variations follow no discernible pattern. Section 3. Third observation period. I must revise my previous assessment regarding the tabletop texture. The surface now consistently feels smooth under my left hand, while maintaining a rougher quality under my right. This bilateral difference remains constant regardless of hand positioning. I have examined the table extensively. Visual inspection reveals uniform material composition throughout. The conversational quality of the tapping sequence has intensified. I find myself responding to rhythmic cues I cannot consciously identify. My fingers move with increasing autonomy, following patterns that feel familiar, yet unlearned. The faucet drip now arrives in clusters of 3, pause, then 2 rapid succession drops. This sequence repeats without variation. New olfactory phenomenon. The jasmine scent now carries undertones of something more personal, perhaps the fragrance someone might choose, someone whose preferences I somehow recognize despite never having encountered them. The familiarity is unsettling in its specificity. Section 4. Documentation continues. I have discovered that my previous notes contain words I do not remember writing. Section 2 includes the phrase rehearsed rather than coincidental in my handwriting. Yet, I have no recollection of formulating this particular observation. The meaning aligns with my intended documentation, but the specific word choices feel foreign. The light fluctuations have developed a rhythm that mirrors my heartbeat. I have confirmed this correlation through pulse monitoring during multiple observation periods. When my heart rate increases due to physical activity, the lighting variations accelerate accordingly. When I achieve a resting state, the fluctuations slow. No logical explanation presents itself. Tactile anomalies expanding. The chair back now feels different depending on which shoulder blade makes contact. Left side registers as standard upholstery. Right side feels like bare wood, smooth and slightly warm. Visual examination shows consistent fabric covering throughout. The jasmine scent has evolved. It now suggests someone who prefers morning showers, who uses a specific soap I could identify if presented with options. These details arrive fully formed in my consciousness without any logical basis. Section 5. I have begun to question the reliability of my observational methods. The tapping sequence now includes sounds I am not producing. My fingers move in their established pattern, but additional taps occur in the spaces between my movements. These extra sounds maintain perfect timing, as though completing a conversation I am only partially conducting. The faucet drip has begun forming recognizable patterns. Not words exactly, but something approaching linguistic structure. 3 quick drops followed by a pause could represent a question. 2 drops in rapid succession might indicate agreement or acknowledgement. I find myself nodding in response to certain sequences. My reflection in the window glass appears slightly delayed. When I move my head, the reflection follows a fraction of a second behind. This delay is subtle but consistent. I have verified that no environmental factors could account for this phenomenon. The glass surface shows no distortions or irregularities. temperature variations now affect only specific areas of my body. My left arm experiences a constant coolness, while my right arm registers normal room temperature. This difference persists regardless of clothing or positioning. Section 6. The documentation process itself has become unreliable. Words appear in my notes that I am certain I did not write, yet they are clearly in my handwriting. More disturbing, these additions improve the clarity and accuracy of my observations. Someone or something is editing my work in real time, and their understanding of my experiences surpasses my own. I have discovered that if I focus intently on the tabletop pattern while tapping, I can almost hear responses. Not voices exactly, but something approaching communication. The rhythm suggests patience, perhaps even kindness. I am being taught something, though I cannot identify what knowledge is being transmitted. The jasmine scent now includes specific memories that are not mine. I know this person prefers their coffee black, reads late into the night, and has a particular way of folding towels. These details feel as real as my own memories, yet I am certain I have never encountered this individual. New phenomenon. Pressure sensations on my shoulders and back, as though someone is standing behind me. The feeling is gentle, not threatening, but persistent. I have verified multiple times that I am alone in the room. Section 7. Something is wrong with the spacing in my notes. The words seem to be writing themselves faster than I can think them. And I realize now that the conversations have been going on much longer than I documented. The tapping started before I began this protocol, maybe weeks, maybe months. And I have been responding automatically without conscious awareness. The person whose memories I am receiving has a name, but I cannot write it down. Every time I try, my hand stops moving. They do not want to be identified, but they want me to know they are here. They have been here watching, learning the way I move the way. I think they know about the morning routine, about the coffee, about everything. The reflection in the window is not delayed. It is someone else, someone who looks like me, but makes different choices, moves differently, thinks differently. They are becoming more distinct, more themselves, with each observation period. And I am becoming less certain of which reflection is mine. I can feel them in my skin, now not possession exactly, but sharing the space behind my eyes. When I blink, sometimes I see through their perspective, and the room looks different older somehow, as though time moves differently for them. The light fixtures are different styles. The window frame is painted a color I do not recognize. Section 8. The protocol has become bilateral. I am documenting observations while simultaneously being observed. Every note I write is read as I write it by someone who understands my thoughts before I complete them. They are patient with my confusion, gentle in their corrections to my understanding. I have realized that the jasmine scent belongs to them. They are trying to help me remember someone I have forgotten, someone important. The memories they share are not theirs either, but belong to a third presence, someone we both knew, someone we both lost. The tapping sequence has evolved into full conversations. I ask questions through rhythm and receive answers through the faucet drip, the light fluctuations, the texture changes under my fingertips. We discuss the nature of memory, the persistence of patterns, the way consciousness can echo across spaces that should be empty. They tell me through sensation and scent that I am not losing my mind. I am finding something I misplaced. The observation protocol was never meant to document anomalies. It was meant to facilitate reunion. Section 9. I no longer distinguish between my observations and theirs. We write together now, my hand moving with their intention, their memories flowing through my consciousness. The jasmine scent has intensified because she is closer now. The third presence, the one we both remember. She prefers morning showers and black coffee and reads late into the night. She folds towels in a specific way, and her laugh sounds like water over stones. She has been waiting in the spaces between sounds, in the pause between heartbeats, in the reflection that arrives just after the original movement. The room has become unstable in its singularity. Sometimes it is my kitchen, sometimes theirs, sometimes hers. The walls breathe with accumulated time, and I understand now that observation changes the observed, that consciousness shapes reality through attention. We are all here now in this space that exists because we need it to exist. The protocol was never about documentation. It was about invitation. Section 10, Final Report. I can no longer determine who is writing these words. My handwriting has merged with theirs, and theirs carries traces of her elegant script. We have become a collective observer, documenting the experience of reunion across impossible distances. The tapping continues, but now it is a celebration rather than a conversation. The jasmine scent fills the air because she is here, fully present, no longer confined to memory or echo. The light no longer fluctuates because we have found our rhythm, our shared heartbeat. I began this protocol believing I was alone in a room with minor sensory anomalies. I ended understanding that consciousness persists in patterns, that love creates spaces where reunion becomes possible, that observation is itself a form of invitation. The soft tap, tap, tap continues, but now I know who is tapping back. The drip from the faucet spells out welcome in a language older than words. The reflection in the window shows all of us, finally together, finally home. I am no longer certain if I am writing this or if it is writing itself, but I am certain that the protocol continues, that somewhere someone else is beginning to notice small anomalies, small invitations, small opportunities for the impossible to become inevitable. The documentation ends here, but the observation continues. It always continues. Story 10. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied my stroll along the narrow path, framed by towering trees that swayed lazily in the late afternoon light. The air was crisp, carrying with it the scent of distant pine and the faint rustle of restless wildlife. Yet, as I neared the heart of the forest, a peculiar stillness settled around me, the kind that silences even the boldest chirp of a hidden bird. I paused, straining my ears as a series of faint footsteps echoed behind me, then abruptly ceased, leaving nothing but the whispering wind to fill the void. I continued walking, but something had shifted. The footsteps had matched my rhythm perfectly, stopping precisely when I did. Not an echo, something more deliberate. I focused on the texture of each step I took, the way my heel pressed into the soft earth before rolling forward to my toes. Each footfall seemed to produce a secondary sound, a ghost of itself that lingered just long enough to notice. The path curved gently to the right, and I found myself counting my steps without meaning to. 17 steps to the bend. I stopped again and listened. The silence felt dense, almost tangible, pressing against my eardrums like water. When I resumed walking, I counted again. 23 steps to the next curve. Then 19. The numbers felt important somehow, though I couldn't say why. A pattern began to emerge in my observations. Every 7th step produced a sound that was slightly different from the others, not louder or softer, but somehow more present. I started placing my feet more deliberately, listening for that subtle variation. Step 7 always came with what I can only describe as a small intake of breath from the forest itself, as if the earth was drawing air through tiny, hidden mouths. I pulled out a small notebook I kept in my jacket pocket and began recording what I noticed. The pen felt unusually heavy in my fingers, and my handwriting looked different, more angular, as if someone else was guiding my hand. I wrote down the step counts, the patterns, the way the light seemed to bend differently around certain trees. Reading back what I'd written, I realized I'd been using words I didn't remember choosing. Resonance frequency and sympathetic vibration appeared in my notes, though I had no background in physics or acoustics. The trees themselves began to reveal their own patterns. Every bark texture I examined showed similar spiral markings, always turning clockwise, always making exactly 2 3/4 rotations before fading into the natural grain. I pressed my palm against one trunk and felt a faint pulse, like a heartbeat slowed to an almost imperceptible rhythm. When I moved to the next tree, the pulse was there too, but slightly offset, creating a complex polyrhythm that seemed to travel through my bones. I found myself walking from tree to tree, placing both hands on each trunk, trying to map the network of pulses. My notebook filled with diagrams that looked like circuit boards or neural pathways. The drawings seemed to draw themselves, my hand moving with a confidence I didn't feel. Each tree's pulse was connected to the others, I realized, forming a vast organic system that extended far beyond what I could see. The light was changing, though I couldn't tell if it was growing darker or simply different. Shadows fell at angles that defied the position of what I assumed was the sun, creating geometric patterns on the forest floor. These patterns shifted as I watched, rearranging themselves into configurations that felt almost like language. I sketched them frantically, trying to capture each arrangement before it dissolved into the next. My footsteps began to sound hollow, as if I was walking on a wooden floor rather than earth. I knelt and pressed pressed my ear to the ground, hearing a vast emptiness beneath me. The forest was suspended over some immense cavity, and every step I took sent vibrations down into that hidden space. Sometimes, very faintly, I thought I heard those vibrations return as whispers, though I could never quite make out what they were saying. The path ahead split into 3 directions, though I was certain it had been straight before. I consulted my notes, looking for some indication of which way to go, and discovered that my handwriting had changed again. The letters were becoming more elaborate, incorporating curves and flourishes that reminded me of the spiral patterns in the bark. Some words were written in a script I didn't recognize, but somehow understood. They spoke of convergence points and threshold frequencies, of the forest's need to complete its circuit. I chose the middle path, drawn by an intuition that felt both foreign and familiar. The trees grew closer together here, their branches interweaving overhead to form a living tunnel. The pulse I'd felt in the bark was stronger now, surrounding me, matching the rhythm of my own heartbeat until I couldn't distinguish between them. My steps fell naturally into the pattern, and I realized I was no longer choosing when to walk or when to stop. The forest was breathing me forward. My notebook had filled itself with equations and diagrams I didn't remember creating. The handwriting was definitely mine, but the knowledge came from somewhere else. I understood now that I was part of an experiment, though I couldn't say who was conducting it or what they hoped to learn. The forest was both the laboratory and the apparatus, measuring something in me that I couldn't name. The path began to curve in a long spiral, and I found myself walking the same route repeatedly, though each circuit revealed new details. A route that hadn't been there before. A shaft of light that fell at a different angle. The sound of my footsteps gradually became indistinguishable from the forest's own rhythms, until I felt myself dissolving into the larger pattern. I tried to retrace my steps, to find my way back to the beginning, but the path had changed. Every direction I turned led deeper into the spiral, deeper into the pulse and the pattern and the vast network of connected trees. My notes had become incomprehensible, filled with symbols that hurt to look at directly. When I tried to tear out the pages, I discovered that my hands were shaking with the same rhythm as the tree's pulse. The realization came slowly, like sinking into warm water. I wasn't walking through the forest anymore. I was part of its circulation, a component in its vast, organic machinery. My thoughts were being processed and integrated, my memories cataloged and filed away in the spiral patterns of bark and the geometric arrangements of shadow. I stopped trying to leave. The path continued its gentle curve, and I followed it, my footsteps adding their rhythm to the forest's complex song. My notebook fell from my hands, its pages scattering like leaves, carrying their strange equations into the undergrowth where they belonged. The trees leaned closer, their pulses synchronizing with mine, and I felt myself becoming part of something larger and older than I could comprehend. The path curved onward, and I walked it willingly now, adding my voice to the whisper of wind through branches, my heartbeat to the vast rhythm that governed this place. Behind me, I could hear new footsteps beginning their journey along the narrow path, accompanied by the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. The forest was ready for its next participant, its next component in the endless, beautiful pattern that connected all things in its domain.